that's no good. Interesting. All right, they're not going to have the slides. Sorry, distance learners, you won't have the slides today. For some reason, it's a green screen. I hope all of you guys had an awesome break. But we got a lot to do today. Hopefully, distance learners, you all had a great break as well. It's good to see all of you. Good to see even Kylie and Ellie on the stream as well. Hopefully, you guys are doing good or well, and you can come back later this week. But we got a little bit of stuff to do this week. I'm going to probably be gone 2 days this week, on Tuesday and most likely Friday. Just a heads up on that. So there will be no lesson that day. The goal is to have our quiz for this lesson tomorrow. We're going to try to finish the lesson today and then review at the end. If we don't, then the quiz will just be moved later and we'll review later. So don't worry about that. Homework for tonight is writing our verse for this week, since we're not starting a new lesson, is Romans 8 and verse 35. I don't know, Jaylene, if you want to write that down. But it's Romans 8, verse 35, and we're writing that 4 times each. Shouldn't be too hard. I thought that'd be a good verse. I like the verse, and actually I read it just a little while ago. So we're going to be learning that this week as well. Okay, before we left, before the break, I know it was so long ago, okay, we were talking about what miracle? Does anyone remember? I know it was the feeding of the 5,000. I mean, you have your booklets. You have most of the notes that you should have taken before. Okay, but we're going to be continuing on with this. Okay, I understand. Okay, we probably forgot, because how I am too most of the time. Okay, we forget or don't even try to remember everything that happened, certainly before break. Okay, so before the quiz, we'll definitely review for it. Okay, we're going to move quickly through these last couple notes. Some of it's more informational, so we're just going to go through it quickly rather than explaining upon it. Okay, but we're just moving along with it. Okay, but first we have this miracle. Okay, I believe we talked about, I'll go back a little bit, these different things that the miracle reveals and the miracle shows through it. Okay, we talked about how it reveals Christ's sovereignty, okay, his power. Okay, we showed how it requires man's obedience. Okay, this miracle, again, feeding of 5,000, required their obedience. It said, and we read in the passage in John chapter 6, that for him to do this, the people had to do what? Sit down. Okay, they had to obey and sit down. He said, hey, have the people sit down, and then he would have the breaking of bread and fish. Okay, also shows God's ordinance. Okay, the people were seated by groups. Okay, the organization of this miracle. Okay, moving on today, some things we're going to be talking about today, and then moving on into more informational things after. Okay, but the last 4 things of the miracle. Okay, the 4th thing we see, it reveals Christ's omnipotence. Okay, Christ is able to use the smallest things to accomplish his purposes. He used the tears of baby Moses to move the heart of Pharaoh's daughter. He used Moses' rod to work many miracles, like what? What miracles did Moses perform with his rod? Split the Red Sea. Water from the rock, snake from his staff, a rod. Okay, all those things happen because of obedience from Moses using a simple object, a wooden stick, a rod, okay, to perform all these miracles. Okay, he used David's sling to overthrow the Philistines by doing what? David defeated who? Goliath. Okay, just with a sling and a stone. He used Shamgar's ox goad to defeat the Israelites' enemy. That may be one that you guys don't know. Okay, he used the weak things to confound the strong and the mighty. Okay, he takes little things and makes them accomplish great things. You guys don't have to turn to it, but I'm going to turn to it real quick. Okay, 1 Corinthians 1 and verse 27. 1 Corinthians 1 and verse 27, it says this, as I'm pulling it up. Okay, but God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty. Okay, basically saying this, hey, God wants those, okay, I know it might sound, you're like, why would God want the foolish, or why would he want the weak, right? Because when someone that's maybe foolish or someone that's weak goes to God, make sure our phones are put away. Okay, as I know it's our first day back from break, and I know it's always a challenge, but I don't want to have to take them away. If I see your eyes wander, I'm taking it away. Okay, but God wants to use those things that need him, right? If we think we already have it all, or we already think we're the smartest person, which I'm sure some of us do, okay, or we're the strongest person, which maybe some of us do, okay, we don't really need or rely upon God, right? Okay, if we think we don't need anything, then why do we need God? Okay, but God wants those who are foolish, those who are weak, because if we're foolish and we're weak, which we are, we need who? God. We need this omnipotent, this sovereign, okay, God we're talking about, this organized God we're talking about. Okay, and this miracle shows us this. Okay, fifthly, again, I'm trying to move quickly so we can review at the end. Okay, but it shows the blessings that comes from serving. The blessings that come from serving. The disciples distributed the food in obedience to Christ's command. Okay, how were they repaid by doing this? Think about it. How were they repaid by distributing the food in obedience to Christ's command? What happened after the miracle? The miracle happened. Okay, they handed out food, and what happened after? There you go. Okay, they did this thing, and they had these 12 baskets of food after. Okay, one basket per disciple, if you think about it. Man, that's a basket of food all for themselves. Okay, remember before this miracle happened, where were they? Remember it said they were kind of like on what? Vacation. They were on a mountain. Okay, good. Our memory is kicking in. Okay, they were on a mountain. They were on vacation, a time of rest. They had a long journey. Remember I was talking about that? A long journey. Okay, and when this time came, after this miracle happened, after this work and helping serve, okay, man, they're blessed with this food, right? The disciples weren't really known for always having a ton of money. Okay, that's why they had to manage it. Okay, but they were going to be blessed with the spare food. God always blesses those who serve beyond the measure or expectations. They receive much more than they had when they began to serve. Before they served, they didn't have a lot. And we know they didn't have a lot because even Philip said, hey, Jesus, how are we gonna serve these people? We don't have the money for it. Okay, they didn't have the food. Then Andrew said, oh, well, we found this lunch, the disciple Andrew, but that's not going to be enough for them. Right? They didn't have the means or what they needed. Okay, but after this, we're going to see they're having an abundance of food. Okay, lastly, with this miracle, we see Christ reveals his sufficiency. Okay, there are two feedings of the multitudes recorded in the Gospels. We have the feeding of the 5,000, the one we're talking about, and then the feeding of the 4,000, okay, which happens later on. Okay, the following chart will compare these two miracles. Okay, so we're going to be going through again. I told you the second part. Okay, that was basically the last thing, or this is the last thing talking about these different things of the miracles. Now we're going to talk about some specific information about these two different miracles. Okay, the comparison of each. I think you guys have some charts in yours. I'm not exactly sure how it works. Okay, but here's the slides for it. Okay, but we have the feeding of the 5,000. Okay, the feeding of the 5,000. Okay, we can see it recorded in Matthew 14, Mark 6, Luke 9, and John chapter 6, as we're reading in John chapter 6 right now. Okay, but it is, remember this miracle is listed in all the other synoptic gospels. Okay, the baskets that were used, again, information, okay, are known as kniphis, or, sorry, I'm saying it wrong, kyphinus, or however it's said. Okay, these are small, you'll want to know this, they are small hand baskets that were used by the Jews. Okay, not saying you need to know this for the quiz, but you might, never know. Okay, what were used in this miracle, we already should know. Okay, 2 fish and 5 loaves from the boy, from his lunch. Okay, and what remained after? 12 baskets. It's up on the screen. We've talked about it already. Okay, this is the feeding of the 5,000. Okay, we should know a lot about this since we've been talking about it the week previous and a little bit today already. Okay, but we also have the feeding of the 4,000. Okay, we don't see it in John chapter 6. Okay, but it did happen, and it's recorded in Matthew 15 and Mark 8. Okay, the word for baskets they have here is spurus. Okay, these were large baskets that were used by the Gentiles. Okay, Christ used a few fish, so 3 or more, and 7 loaves of bread for this miracle. Okay, after this miracle, there was 7 baskets that were made. And remember, okay, spurus meaning what kind of basket? You just need to know it's large by the Gentiles. Okay, there were 7 large baskets after this one. The other one were smaller baskets. Okay, there's 12 small baskets for the other one. Okay, again, just information, know the difference. There might be a few questions on the quiz about that stuff. Okay, we see that with the feeding and Christ revealing his sufficiency. Okay, all that was said to show his sufficiency. That, hey, when Christ does something, man, he goes above and beyond. He does more than we expect. Right? Hopefully that's happened in your life. Maybe you've seen that in this situation in your life where, hey, I prayed for something, but he gave me so much more. Or maybe, hey, this blessing happened and it was way more than I expected. Okay, things like that happen. We see that in Christ showing that through himself in this passage. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next miracle. Okay, this is going to happen right after. If you want to turn to John chapter 6 and verse 14. John chapter 6 and verse 14. It's kind of where we left off in the passage for the last section. This is going to be the last section. We should be able to finish it here quickly. I'm going to read it, go through it, review for the quiz. Okay, John chapter 6 and verse 14, it says this. Then those men, when they had seen the miracle that Jesus did, said, this is of a truth that prophet that should come into the world. Okay, after all those men, at least 5,000 people, okay, they saw this miracle and said, hey, this man has to be a prophet that was sent to us. Okay, verse 15, continue reading. When Jesus therefore perceived that they would come and take him by force, to make him a king, he departed again into a mountain himself alone. Again, we've kind of talked about this. Okay, a lot of the Jews at this time and people at this time expected and wanted Jesus to be what? I just read it. Wanted him to be king. Okay, they were under captivity to the Romans, okay, under this time, and they thought, hey, this guy that's healing us, that's feeding us, okay, doing all these things for us, he's not a normal man. Okay, we want him to be our king, to lead us into, or to free us from captivity. And we see that happening at this time. But Jesus said, hey, that's not my purpose. So what did he do? He fled into the mountains. Not with his disciples, as it just said, but it said what? Fled into the mountains alone. Okay, in verse 16, continuing on. And when even was now come, his disciples went down unto the sea, and entered into a ship, and went over the sea toward Capernaum. And it was now dark, and Jesus was not come to them. Okay, so the disciples helped. They finished this miracle. Maybe they remember those 12 baskets they had. They all had their basket, maybe ate some. Now they're taking it back to their boat, to the sea. Okay, they're at the sea, and it's getting dark, and they're like, where's Jesus? Jesus is not here, guys. Like, where is he still with the crowd? I didn't see him. They're saying, I didn't see him. I didn't see him. Well, where is he? Okay, they're thinking it's getting dark. Okay, Jesus is Jesus. He'll do his thing. We need to get back to the other side. Okay, it was now dark, and Jesus was not coming to them. Verse 18, and the sea arose by reason of a great wind that blew. So when they had rowed about 25 or 30 furlongs, they see Jesus walking onto the sea, and drawing nigh to the ship, which means coming closer to the ship. And they were, does anyone have their Bible open? They see it? And they were what? In verse 19. Afraid. And they were afraid, for those who are trying to follow along. And they were afraid. I mean, wouldn't you be? Okay, that's craziness. Never seen it before. Okay, never will see it, actually. Okay, I know people bend the rules. They have the little, have you guys seen like the little wind thing where people can like float on the water or whatever? You guys see those before? It's like a big jetpack and they're like everywhere. Have you guys seen that? I don't know, it looked pretty cool. Okay, but they're not walking on water. Okay, so again, the storm's going on. Great winds. The disciples said to go about 20 to 30 furlongs into the Sea of Galilee. Okay, and what do they see? They see Jesus. They see this man. Okay, they see a man walking towards them. And they're thinking, hey, what in the world is going on? Okay, they're afraid. But he, it doesn't say Jesus completely, but it says, but he saith unto them. And if your book has it in red, it means Jesus is speaking now. It is I. Be not afraid. Well, that's a little rhetorical or like confusing to them. They're in this middle of the storm, okay, in a fisherman's boat. They didn't have Jesus. The storm's going on. They're probably freaking out. Now they see a man during the storm walking towards them, and they're like, what in the world is going on? How am I supposed to not be afraid? Our ship's about to capsize. Okay, there's some kind of ghost or person walking towards us. How are we not supposed to be afraid? Okay, but we see in verse 21, then they willingly received him into the ship, and immediately the ship was at the land whither they went. Man, isn't that crazy? All right, so let's picture it again. They're in the middle of this storm. Okay, probably not far off the coast, but the great winds carried them 20 to 30 furlongs off the coast in the middle of the storm. No Jesus. A man's walking on the water towards them. All right, maybe some of them were like, oh, it's Jesus. It's Jesus. Like, no one can do that. It has to be Jesus. Okay, but the crazier thing, okay, I don't know which one's the craziest part of this miracle. He's walking on the water. That's pretty crazy. Okay, but once he gets to the boat, the Bible says what? Did it say like an hour later they paddled to shore and they were safe? No, it says what? Immediately. Immediately. The storm was gone and they were back on the shore. And it's like the movies, right? It's like, did they teleport? What happened? Man, that's crazy to think about. But this happened, and this is another miracle we see. Okay, so we see the miracle of the walking on the water. Okay, first we see in this miracle a few things we're going to talk about, and we just read it. I talked about it already a little bit. Okay, but we see the people wanted to make Jesus what? King. We saw that in verse 14 and 15. Okay, they saw this miracle. They're all like, hey, Jesus, be our king. And Jesus said, no. And what did he do? He fled to the mountains, okay, to get away. Because why? Why did he flee? It wasn't the work of his Father. What was his purpose, as we already know? To die for us. He wasn't to be king. He wasn't to rule, but to be a sacrifice. Okay, we also see the disciples are in trouble in verses 16 to 19 with this miracle on the water. Within hours of one of their greatest blessings, okay, remember they just saw a huge miracle. After the miracle, just like, I don't know if anyone plays sports or if any of you guys like video games or anything, I don't know, anything. And say you win. I don't know, say you guys have a class game and you win. Man, after the game, when I win anything, I'm like, like I win a video game, I'm just like, let's go. I win a basketball game and you're just like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? You're just pumped. Okay, this miracle happened. They're like, man, extra food. Man, Jesus did another thing. That was awesome. They're pumped. But not within only an hour. They saw themselves from a high all the way back down to a what? A low. They were frightened. The Bible says afraid. Okay, the disciples were in trouble, and they faced a dark test. And such it is with us, right? We experience a great blessing sometimes in our lives of some kind, whether it's money or clothes or, hey, this thing happened. Hey, maybe a family member was healed. Maybe something happened, right? A great miracle happens in our life. A blessing happens in our life. And it leaves with our hearts afire. We're like, wow. I don't know if this ever happened to you guys, but just wow. Something happens that I know no human reason can explain. I was like, man, that was Jesus. That was God. He did that for me. And I'm thankful. And we're determined to maybe serve the Lord better or say, hey, God, because you did that for me, I'll do more for you. Okay, but then our world, right after we hit that high, our world comes crashing down. Maybe everything, right? Everything's perfect, and then everything is in shambles. It's awful. Nothing can go right. Have you guys ever had those days where it's just like nothing can go right? Like, what in the world is going on? What did I do to deserve this? Right? I'm sure you guys have had that. I've had those moments. Okay, we faced a trial, a disappointment, a heartache. Why? Why do we face that? Man, we face that to test who we are, to see if we trust in God, and if, quotes, we keep on rowing. We keep on rowing. Man, the disciples, okay, they were afraid. Okay, they're in the middle of this ocean or the sea rather. Okay, they were afraid. They were scared. They're going through a trial. Okay, but what happened? Jesus came to save them. Okay, moving on. Okay, the last thing with this. Okay, the Lord obviously saves the day. We saw that in verse 19 to 21. Okay, question. Did Christ know about the disciples' problems? Did Christ know? Did he know that what was going on? That they're in this sea just scared little chickens? Okay, yeah, he knew. Okay, not because maybe he saw them. No, he's God. He's omniscient. He knows everything. Okay, he's all-knowing. He knew what was going on. He knew what their hearts and minds were thinking, were feeling. And what did he do? Man, he walked on the water, another miracle in front of their eyes to reassure their faith. And they said, they let Jesus come onto the boat, and immediately they were saved. Okay, of course, Jesus knew, and he knows all about not just the disciples' problems, but this shows us that he knows about our problems. Man, he knows what struggles were going on, whether it's in our heart. Man, we're just, like I said, we're just despaired. We have a heartache. Something's going on, man. It just hurts. Maybe something going on in my mind, man, I just struggle. I struggle thinking about this. I struggle with this problem, man. I struggle with these friends. I struggle with work. Man, I just hate life sometimes, right? We've all been there. We've all been there. I've been there. Why am I doing this? Why do I have to be here? Right? We think those things sometimes. Okay, but we see how Christ came to their aid. He knew their problems and he came to their aid. He arranges everything for our good and his glory. You want to know that. He arranges everything for our good, for our benefit. Okay, he didn't walk on the water for him. He didn't step in the boat for him. He did it for who? The disciples. He didn't take them straight to the sea. It's okay. If you guys say it wrong, usually I just say the right answer. He did it for the disciples, for their good, but for his glory. For their safety, but for them to say, oh man, I don't know why we doubted or we're afraid, Jesus. We know you're watching over us, right? Man, that's the same thing for us. We doubt Christ sometimes. Maybe we don't see him, right? We have to have a little faith. Maybe our faith is weak. Man, just trust in Christ, because he's always going to be there for your good. And then after he gets you out of the problem, for his glory. He will see us through every trial that we face. Okay, he quoted to the disciples, "It is I, be not what? Afraid. It is I." Man, he's telling us the same thing every day of our lives. He's like, hey, Ian, it is I. It is God. Be not afraid. Don't be troubled. Man, that struggle in your life right now, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Guys, I'm right here. That's what God's telling us. He's like, hey, I'm right here. I'm right here for you. He wants to benefit our good for his glory. Okay, to conclude this lesson, okay, trust God and obey his every command. Okay, we see the disciples do that. Did they want to? Did they want to go feed 5,000 people? No. They wanted to rest. Okay, but they obeyed, and they saw a great blessing out of it. Okay, God, or he knows what he is doing. A great lesson stands out in these two miracles. Trust in God and obey his every command. Remember this. Trust in God and obey his every command, because he knows what he is doing. Whether it's a high or a low. We see highs and lows in these two miracles. Trust in God. He knows what he's doing. Okay, I know it's time for class to be ended, so we're just going to quickly review for this quiz, and then we will be dismissed. For our quiz tomorrow, okay, again, I'm not going to ask question for question, okay, but I will try to assist you guys a little bit. It's going to be questions like, that one should be easy. Okay, most of the books of John deals with which portion of Christ's ministry? Okay, you have options: first half, second half, last third, or middle third. Which one we talked about it? Okay, there's 3 years of Christ's ministry. Which year? There it is. Okay, it doesn't talk about his first year of ministry. We mentioned it, but we're only in John chapter 6. The book's a lot longer. Okay, we just started Christ's third year of ministry in chapter 6. That means the rest of the Bible, or the rest of the book of John, is going to be talking about the third year of his ministry. Okay, so yes, it's going to be talking about the last third of his ministry. Okay, Philip and Andrew failed Christ's test of them because they failed to what? A, bring money, exercise faith, obey him, or think ahead. They failed to exercise faith. Remember Philip, he said, hey Christ, I don't think we can do this because we only have 200 pennyworth. Remember? Okay, then Andrew said, hey Christ, I don't think we can do this because we only have what? 2 fish and 5 loaves. Okay, they doubted, or they didn't have or exercise their faith. Okay, let's see. What other type of questions are going to be on here? Okay, we talked about this. What was Christ trying to show by him having the people sit down? It revealed his what? It revealed his what? His orderliness. There you go. Straight from the notes. His orderliness. There's a question about that on there. Also know the importance of why Christ had the disciples gather leftovers. What did that reveal? Okay, we talked about that as well. Okay, that was one of the revealings. Why did he have the disciples collect? Well, I'm not going to say. It's not quite sufficiency. There are options, though. There are options. So don't say the answer out loud, but here's your options. Stinginess or stinginess, stewardship of resources, determination of prevent littering, or capitalism. Okay, pretty easy when you have the options. Okay, you have those 5 multiple choice, and then there's 2 essays on this one. Both of them aren't worth quite as much as usual, but there are 2 essays. Okay, I'm going to read you the essays, but I'm not giving you the answers. You guys are going to have to study on your own. Okay, the first essay, of all of Christ's miracles, the only one that is recorded by all 4 gospel writers, is the feeding of the 5,000. Okay, that's a statement, period. Okay, the question is, discuss 2 possible reasons for this fact. Okay, we've talked about a few in our notes. Okay, why was this miracle the only miracle that is recorded in all 4 Gospels? Okay, it says discuss 2 possible reasons for this fact. So this might be maybe some of your own thoughts and words. This could be something from the notes. Okay, it could be a mixture of both. Okay, but you're discussing at least 2 reasons for this fact. Okay, the second essay, it's worth a little bit more than that last one. Okay, explain why Christ left the crowds and went to the other side of the sea. Okay, that's your first question. So first, that's why I said it's worth a little bit more. Explain why Christ left the crowds and went to the other side of the sea. Okay, that one should be pretty easy. We talked about that today. Okay, why did he leave the crowd? They wanted him to be what? Okay, and his goal or accomplishments or whatever was not to be king, but to do what? Okay, die on the cross, or you could say do his Father's will. Okay, you guys should know that one. That one should be real easy. Okay, the second part of that essay is explain why Christ sent the disciples ahead by boat when he knew that they would run into a terrible storm. Okay, why did Christ do that? Okay, again, he's all-knowing. He knew a storm was going to be there. Why did he not tell his disciples? Okay, why did Christ send his disciples ahead by boat when he knew they would run into a terrible storm? Okay, that one's going to be a little bit more of your own thought. Okay, why did he do that? All right, we talked about it a little bit. Okay, those are the 2 essays. That is your quiz. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, again, I won't be here tomorrow for class. So those quizzes will be in here. I don't know who will be in here. I'm probably just going to try to put them like right here. So if the teacher doesn't know, you guys know the quizzes will be right here. Okay, you'll take that quiz for Bible. There's going to be no homework. Okay, you can review again for your verse because our homework for tonight is right. What's our verse? Romans 8 and verse 35. I'm going to read it real quick, and then class will be over. Okay, Romans 8 and verse 35, if you want to turn to that as well, or if you already started writing it, then you have it on a piece of paper. Okay, I think it's a good verse. The following verses are really good too. Okay, that is going to be one of your guys' in-class assignments while I'm gone this week. I'll explain here in a second. Okay, but our verse for this week, which will be on Thursday like usual, and your homework for tonight is to write this 4 times. But Romans 8 and verse 35. Okay, it says this, "Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or peril, or sword?" Okay, the question is, who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Okay, who? Okay, again, I hope when you guys write these verses and study these verses, because I've been in that boat. I know how it works. Okay, we study it for the grade, and then we completely forget what it says or what it means. Man, I hope you guys learn a little bit, and I'm going to have an assignment for you this week as I'm gone, okay, to try to dig into it just a little bit more. Okay, but who is to separate us from the love of God? Okay, we talked about in this lesson, right? Okay, how there's highs and lows. Yeah? Okay, we talked about, hey, man, I see the love of God. I feel the love of God. I'm on a high. Okay, blessings are coming my way. But what about when troubles come? Like that storm we talked about today, right? Right, Ricardo? That storm we talked about today. What happens when the storm comes in our life? Okay, the Bible tells us, hey, a storm is coming your way. Trials are coming. The Bible tells us that. Certainly as a Christian, trials are coming your way. Man, what are we going to do when they come? Are we going to doubt the love of God? Man, the Bible tells us, and we're going to continue reading on. I'm going to read it here now, and you guys are going to be reading it yourself later. Okay, you're going to be explaining it yourself. I'll say that here in a second. Okay, but the rest of that passage says this. Okay, who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword? As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are accounted as sheep for the slaughter. Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Okay, where is the love of God from? The love of God is which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Right? When that storm comes, what can separate us from the love of God? The answer is what? Nothing. Nothing can separate you from the love of God. Nothing can. Nothing can. God loves you so much. And that passage tells you, okay, tomorrow I'll have the teacher try to explain it, but if they mess up, we only have 1 minute left or 30 seconds, so I'm going to explain it quickly. Okay, tomorrow you guys are going to be reading that chapter, Romans chapter 8. You have your quiz, then you're going to read this chapter, Romans chapter 8. Okay, what I'm asking for, okay, it's not hard. What I'm asking for while you read that, okay, is to describe to me, okay, or to write, okay, and this won't just be due after tomorrow. Okay, again, I probably won't be here Friday. If I am, we'll just continue with it. Okay, so you have tomorrow and Friday to finish this. Okay, but read Romans chapter 8. If you want to read it one time tomorrow, one time Friday, whatever works for you. Okay, then you're going to list your 3 favorite verses from this chapter. Okay, you could choose one of the ones that I just read. Okay, you could choose your memory verse if you want. But I want you to read it. You choose your favorite 3 verses from that chapter. There's a lot of them. Okay, there's a lot of good verses in that chapter. Okay, choose your favorite 3. Okay, and then tell me or explain why or how. Why is it your favorite? And how does it speak to you? Because usually you're going to pick it because maybe the Holy Spirit, God's talking to you through that verse. Okay, so pick your 3 favorite verses in Romans chapter 8 and tell me why or how that verse spoke to you. Okay, why is it your favorite? Okay, pretty easy, right? Okay, I'm not asking for a long paper. Okay, but I am asking for a little bit of work. Okay, don't just put because it was good. Okay, don't put a dumb answer. It is going to be a little graded. Okay, but this isn't just for grade, man. This is for you to be challenged. Okay, as juniors and seniors, right, whether you're a Christian or you're not, okay, this is Bible class for a Christian school, and I promise you the Bible can change your life. Okay, we're learning how to read. Okay, we're going to read a chapter in the Bible and how to take something from it, because we should always be able to do that. Okay, whether it's a Bible lesson, you reading the Bible, preaching, whatever. Okay, music. Okay, if you hear something from the Bible, you should be able to take something from it and learn. Okay, so that's what we'll have. Again, tomorrow I won't be here, so if they don't explain that well tomorrow, you guys already know, yes? Everyone understands? Any questions on that? Okay, we'll have that tomorrow, and then it will be due Friday at the end of class. I'll let you guys work on it in class as well. If you haven't finished it, it'll be due Friday. Again, this is more for you. I'm just going to look at it, read over it quickly, okay, but it's for you, not for me. Okay, it's easy, A, for you guys to do it, but it's more important that you do it for you, okay, to learn. Distance learners, let me know if you have any questions on that as well. That will be due Friday. Something different, but hopefully a little bit fun. But we will see you next hour for economics. looks like the notes are gonna work today. Welcome back, distant learners. Hello, hello. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well. We are going to begin our next chapter in economics. Okay, with this, I just did hand out the new notes. If you would like them as a distant learner, just throw it in the chat. I can send those to you right now real quick. Good to have Jake, Kylie, Christian Halsey. Good to have you on. Make sure you throw your name in the chat, Ellie and Christian Cormel, so I can put you guys as presents. Okay, we're literally, it might be like, I don't know, 10 minutes today, if that. Okay, 10 minutes for the whole lesson. I told you, these lessons, most of them are pretty short. Okay, so it gives you guys a little time to finish work in class. But the chapters are pretty short as well, but that also means we'll probably have a test here after this week or somewhat maybe at the end of this week. We'll see how it works. All right, but economics, chapter 3. Chapter 3. Okay, chapter 3, we're going to be talking about the factors of production. We talked a little bit about how it's, we talked about how the process works. Okay, in the process of economics, okay, you have the three things. Okay, production, what are the other ones? Distribution, and you already said it, consumption. Okay, so we're going to be starting off with production, the factors of production. Okay, good to see Christian Cormel. I didn't see your hi. You said hi earlier, but I didn't see it for this class. Good to see Ellie as well, and Jake. Good to see you all. All right, but we have the factors of production. Okay, that's what this chapter is. So that's the first thing we're talking about, our first note. Okay, again, we're not doing too much today. Kind of the same thing. We'll have homework at the end. I'm going to give you guys your assignment for tomorrow, and then we'll just move on. Just follow along as best as you can. Make sure you're not on your phones, or else I will take them if I see them. Okay, but factors of production. Okay, these are resources that combine to create the production of certain goods. Again, very common sense. What are the factors of production? Everything, all the resources, okay, that are working together to create the production of certain goods. Okay, with this, there are four main factors of production. Okay, we've talked about these before. Does anyone remember one of them? Information, not quite. Natural resources is one. Labor, good. We've talked about all these before. Okay, we have natural resources, labor, capital. Okay, we've talked about what that is. You guys remember what capital is? Good. Okay, then entrepreneurship, which is basically the selling or giving back or whatever distribution of the goods. Okay, Esther did say information. It wasn't quite important enough to become a main factor of production. Okay, but information can be considered the fifth factor of production. Okay, as the Industrial Revolution gave way to the information age, the facts and figures that used to be available only to the select few are now near at hand to anyone who access to the internet or uses the internet to access them. Okay, basically saying, hey, at the beginning of the age of industry, so when everything was basically being created for kind of our time right now, factories, okay, planes, steel, coal, all those things, the beginning when all that was used, okay, information was something that was very important. Okay, people could use information, but nowadays, okay, we have our good old friend Google. Okay, so everyone has most of the information about most things if they want it. Okay, that's why it's not quite considered a main factor of production, but it is still one, kind of. I did. They did. Okay, but with all of this stuff, this new type of economy is going to be made. Okay, if information is already accessible to almost everyone, okay, through the internet, okay, this new type of economy is going to be made. Okay, if something's done through the internet or electronics. If anyone has a book on it, anyone know what that would be? There it is. Man, Esther, you get me sometimes. I'm just kidding. You just read well. Okay, cyber economy. Okay, this was found chiefly in the developed nations and emphasizes the role that information plays as people try to combine the traditional four factors of production in the best ways possible. Okay, again, this is this new style of economy. Okay, this would be more a present-day economy. Okay, but this idea was founded chiefly in the developed nations, so people that had technology, people that were growing in this area. Okay, if it's a country that does not have this, then they would not have this type of economy. Okay, but this is where information plays as people try to combine the traditional four factors, those four things we talked about, of production in the best ways possible with the information they have. Okay, some notes with this. Okay, until a society learns how to combine the four factors of production, most of the people remain in poverty. Okay, so sadly, okay, countries that aren't able to make all those different, all those four things, natural resources, okay, what they have, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Okay, countries and places that can't make those all work together. Okay, those are the countries we see. Maybe they're still more third world countries. They're not as developed or as advanced as we are today. Okay, so know that until society learns how to combine these four factors of production, most of the people remain in poverty. Okay, factors of production are scarce, even in the most prosperous regions. Okay, they can be scary even in the most prosperous regions. There will always be a demand for more raw material, right? There's always a demand for more. Okay, even in any, like technology, okay, there's always a demand for more. Okay, and everything we have, certainly natural resources, there's always a demand for more. Okay, more helping hands, more capital goods, and better economic direction. Even in countries that are fairly well supplied, just like I would say our country's pretty well supplied. Okay, even those countries with those resources, they have developed efficient forms of production. The demands of good tends to outrun the supply. Okay, so the demand for our good, okay, people demand more than we have. Okay, that's why we see people going into poverty. Okay, learning how to balance it all out. Yes, ma'am? You say something? Good? Okay, which brings us back. Okay, a country's prosperity also depends upon how much freedom the people have to combine their resources as they fit. Okay, there are three main types of economic structures with numerous combinations of variations. In many of the cultures of ancient history, as well as in some underdeveloped places yet today, we find what would be another word for like an old economy or something that people used to use? Traditional, there you go. Okay, traditional economy. This is a system in which decisions involving the production, distribution, and consumption of goods are based upon custom, heredity, or caste. Do you guys remember what caste means? There you go, good. The caste system, if you guys remember that at all. Okay, basically your type of hierarchy, like Esther said, your grouping, your family, okay, whether it's by name, by blood, your system of government, whether you're born into it or not. Okay, people are expected to live as their ancestors did. Consequently, there is usually little opportunity for one to improve his lot in life. Okay, that traditional economy, okay, that's what it brought. Basically saying, hey, okay, if I'm middle class or I was born into middle class, okay, I'm going to be middle class. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing as my dad or my mom if I'm a girl. Okay, and all those different things. That's a traditional economy. Okay, you're born into it. You are what you are, and you stay that way. Okay, another economy we see, or another type of system, is the command economy. Okay, also known as the planned or directed economy. Okay, you have the command economy, also known as the planned or directed economy. Okay, this is a system in which a centralized authority determines the production and distribution of goods and services, as well as things like savings, investments, and prices. Okay, in command economies, the government controls the factors of production. Decisions regarding the combination of resources are made for the people instead of by the people. Okay, know that. They're made for the people. In this type of command economy, they're made for the people, not by the people. Nations with a command economy may be labeled as, what do you think? There you go. Communists, socialists, or some other term that describes their particular brand of government. Okay, that is what economy they would use, those countries would use. A command or planned or directed economy. Okay, those would be communistic states or socialist states. Okay, our last one we're going to be talking about today, the third type of economy. Everyone good with this note? If not, I can leave it up there a little bit longer. Everyone good? Okay, we have the free enterprise economy. Okay, this is also known as the private capitalism or market economy. Okay, the free enterprise economy. Okay, this is a system in which people are free to make their own economic choices. Okay, people are free to make their own economic choices. Okay, within though, obviously we already read it, within this free enterprise economy, we have those two types of economy with it. Private capitalism or market economy. Okay, private individuals and businesses are allowed to own property and make personal choices for free from government interference and excessive regulations. Prices for goods and wages paid for labor are set by competition in the market instead of by tradition or law. And we see that today, right? Okay, we see maybe a store has a price for milk. Okay, another store will say, oh, we can bring our price down a couple cents. Okay, but so we can have more people buy it and still make more money. Okay, if we get more sales, then we get more money. Okay, we see that within the free enterprise economy. They're not forced to make anything a certain price or a certain thing. Okay, we see that happening with certain companies. Okay, no nation has a system that is completely regulated or completely free. We've talked about all these different types of economies. Okay, no system or place has all just one economy. Okay, no one does. Okay, that's how kind of the world works now today. No one just has kind of one economy. No one's completely free with their economy, and no one's completely regulated. But when a system combines a good measure of free enterprise in some areas with heavy state regulations in others, the result leads us to this, which is our last note for today. Okay, a mixed economy. Mixed economy, pretty common sense. If it's mixed and it's an economy. Okay, this is when a system combines a good measure of free enterprise in some areas with heavy state regulations in others. A combination of both. Okay, freedom with order. Okay, that is known as a mixed economy. There are numerous kinds of mixed economies. Many modern nations have a system that is best described as mixed. Okay, we have that in our nation and many other nations today. Okay, that is the end of today's notes. I told you guys this was going to be real quick. You guys probably didn't believe me, but I told you. Okay, but for homework tonight, again, these chapters aren't very long, so we'll probably be able to finish this chapter this week. But for homework tonight, as there's plenty of time for you guys to work on it and finish it in class, okay, is to do page 31. Page 31. Consider 3.2, questions 1 and 2. Page 31. Consider 3.2, questions 1 and 2. Okay, that is it for the stream today. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Again, now for tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow, again, there won't be any lesson, so there's no notes. Okay, you guys can know that. You can celebrate about it, whatever. Okay, there's no notes tomorrow. Okay, I'm not going to give them slides for them to do with you. I'll just do them when I get back. Okay, but your homework for tomorrow, so it's classwork/homework. You should be able to finish it on class. You can turn it in if you finish it in class. For tomorrow is page 33. Page 33, which is consider 3.3. Okay, 1 through 3 all. Those ones aren't quite as long, but 1 through 3 all. Okay, page 33, consider 3.3, 1 through 3 all. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, what's your question? Indispensable? Well, what does dispensable mean? Well, let me see if it's not like a crucial, what question? will this help you? I mean, it's basically saying indispensable, saying like, why is it necessary? Like dispensable means, hey, I don't really need it. That's dispensable. Indispensable means I need it. So why are those necessary? So the question is saying, why are the fossil fuels necessary raw materials for the development of industrial countries? That's basically what it's saying. Okay, so by the reading, okay, why are they necessary? Does that help? All right, any other questions about tonight's homework or tomorrow? Distant learners, any questions? Let me know if you have any questions. I'll still be here and see the chat, but I won't be on stream because we're done with the class portion.
And testing. Cool. All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started today. A couple quick things before we get going. First of all, your homework for 11.1 to 11.3 will be due on Wednesday. I told you guys that would be right after the break. We have already covered chapters 13, 14, 11.1, and 11.2. So that means your test is this Thursday, Friday, over chapters 13 through 14 and 11.1 to 11.3. So make sure you guys are studying up on that. In the meantime, let's jump right in. Yes? What? Remind me at the end. Okay. But let's go ahead and go right into 11.3. 11.3, we're on page 179 of the textbook, page 179 of the textbook, page 145 of the supplement. And let's go ahead and get started. Maybe. There we go. Alkaline earth metals. Again, we talked about this group when we talked about the periodic table, but a lot of this will be reviewed, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper into it. First thing to know about alkaline earth metals is that they are never found naturally as free elements, but occur only as 2+ ions in compounds because they are so reactive. Many of their compounds are insoluble in water, so we find them in the crust of the earth as phosphate, sulfate, and carbonate ores. Beryllium and magnesium are also common as silicate ores. The oceans represent an almost inexhaustible supply of magnesium. Basically, there's over 6 million tons of magnesium per cubic mile of seawater, and provide a good source of some of the more soluble compounds of the alkaline earth metals. Magnesium composes 1.9% of the mass of the Earth's crust, making it the 8th most abundant element. Calcium ranks as the 5th most abundant element and the 3rd most abundant metal, composing about 3.4% of the mass of the Earth's crust. Now, harder and denser than the alkali metals, the alkaline earth metals are still softer and less dense than most metals. They also react less vigorously than the alkali metals. All but beryllium are silvery solids. Beryllium is white. Okay. Though higher than those for group 1 of elements, the ionization energies of group 2 elements are still low. So they're still quite reactive. Since they easily lose electrons, alkaline earth metals will usually form ionic compounds. Okay, so that's basics. Now we need to talk about a common, I don't want to say application because it's occurrence. It's in that a common occurrence of alkaline earth metals, and that's in hard water. Okay, hard water is just groundwater with calcium, magnesium, or iron 2 ions. Okay, and you can tell when you're in the presence of hard water because you can't build up a lather in it because the ions in the water interfere with the action of the soap. Okay, so if you've ever gotten in a shower and there's no foam at all, okay, it means you're under hard water. Instead, it will create soap scum, which is a whole different thing. Water flowing over calcium sulfate rock dissolves CaSO4 and becomes hard. And so these chemical reactions here are what's responsible. In addition, limestone deposits in the earth are dissolved by water that has absorbed CO2 from the atmosphere or from decaying vegetation. Sorry, that one's equation 6, forming calcium bicarbonate. Boiling water that contains calcium bicarbonate decomposes the bicarbonate to reprecipitate in CaCO3. And so deposits inside boilers, hot water heaters, and teapots are often due to CaCO3 and are known as boiler scale. Oh, sorry. One quick thing in there. Those two reactions are also why you get the formations in limestone caves. It's the same reactions as basically hard water dropping off its minerals. But this is called boiler scale. This is all the deposits that it can be found in hard water. If you live in a region known for hard water, you have to have a water softener if you want to get anything done in your house. And you don't want to be cleaning the scum rings all the time. So usually there'll be big canisters of what's essentially, it's an oversimplification, but essentially salt to just act as a filter for all those things. Water containing calcium or magnesium bicarbonates, let's see here, it's called temporary hard water. In other words, we can remove the hardness by boiling it and precipitating the hard water ions. Water containing sulfates of calcium or magnesium cannot be softened by being boiled and is termed permanent hard water. Now, it doesn't mean we can't soften it. It just means it can't be softened by being boiled. Okay, boiling being one of the easier things to do. Both can be softened for use in washing clothes by the addition of washing soda, which precipitates the hard water ions as insoluble carbonates. For example, this equation here. Now, typically we use synthetic organic materials called ion exchange resins to really soften most things for like an entire household. Here, Z is just, wait, hold on. Yeah, Z is just kind of a shorthand for a larger group in these equations. So this right here, these reactions are really what's responsible. So we consider this water deionized since the OH and H ions will combine to form just, water. Now, they do have good uses. They aren't just responsible for, messing up bathtubs and sinks and things like that. These minerals are actually really important. So let's go ahead and talk about their preparation and uses. All alkaline earth metals, except beryllium, are prepared by the electrolysis of the molten chloride at high temperature. For example, equation 11, that's how we can get calcium by itself. We can actually just get liquid calcium. It's just weird. All right, anyway. A number of uses have been found for the alkaline earth metals as free elements due to its ability to transmit X-rays without absorbing them. That's a thing we'll talk about it more in chapter 17. I know I say that a lot. We're getting there. But we'll talk about it more in chapter 17. But the biggest problem with radiation is not just its existence, but the fact that it can be absorbed and then retransmitted over longer periods of time. And so beryllium, should actually probably put that up. Is used for windows and X-ray tubes because it can pass through X-rays without absorbing them at all. So we don't have to worry about the beryllium becoming radioactive. Okay, so that's one of the things here. It also has this low density but high strength and is employed in structural materials and in aircraft as a result. As an alloy with copper, it makes a strong, hard, elastic metal that is used for springs and non-sparking tools. Non-sparking tools are very, very important. For the most part, if you accidentally hit, a nut that you're trying to tighten with your wrench and it sparks, no big deal. But if you're into the chemical, explosive, or petroleum industries, a little spark could do a lot of damage. So non-sparking tools are very, very important in those industries. Beryllium is, again, the main chemical we use for that. Beryllium nickel alloy is very resistant to seawater and finds use in ship parts. Pure beryllium, however, is quite toxic, as are beryllium compounds, so don't go around eating it. Anyway, what are you going to do? All right, magnesium burns in air with a brilliant white flame. It is used in incendiary or fire-producing bombs, fireworks, and in old-fashioned disposable photographic flash bulbs. If you guys have ever seen really old footage or a movie set in that time period, and you just see that long stick that when they press the button, all of a sudden it shoots up and it explodes. Yes, no, maybe? Okay. That was basically magnesium. In some cases, not all. All right, moving on. Let me see here. Magnesium is light but strong, and alloys of magnesium and aluminum are stronger than either metal alone, but still remain lightweight. The alloys are commonly used in sports cars, wheels, extension ladders, patio furniture, and parts for airplanes and spacecraft as a result. Now, more important than the free alkaline earth metals are their compounds, especially those of calcium. Realistically, the free metals really don't do much. It's mostly their compounds that we're concerned about, specifically with calcium. So looking at just calcium here, some of the uses here, not only is the calcium ion an essential component of bones and teeth, but it is also involved in nerve excitation, vision, and muscle contraction. It is found in limestone and other minerals, such as argonate and calcite, in marble, and in the shells of marine organisms. By the way, marble is just limestone converted by heat and pressure. That's all marble is. So you get this really chalky thing. You heat it up and pressurize it enough, it becomes this really hard thing. Which I don't know why that's surprising. Like, I don't know. It still surprises me every time I see it. But it's kind of surprising, but then you got to remember, coal can be made into a diamond, so, all right. Romans heavily used this in their buildings, and mortar composed of lime and volcanic ash. Heat and pressure convert or metamorphosize, limestone into marble. Now, calcium carbonate, also known as, I skipped a heading. Calcium oxide, also known as lime or quicklime, is one of the most heavily used chemicals in the United States. Reacted with water, it becomes slaked lime. Yes? No. Calcium oxide is the first chemical. Slaked lime is calcium hydroxide. What it becomes. There's two chemicals listed up there. They're different. So you have calcium oxide, which would be CaO, I think. It might be O2, don't quote me on that. My brain's not working. Anyway, and then we can react it with water to get CaOH. Does that make sense? So that's what's happening there. Let me see here. Calcium carbonate, also known as limestone, is used extensively in iron ore reduction as well as cement manufacture. To prepare Portland cement, limestone is heated with clay and aluminum silicate in an oven or kiln to produce clinker, which is publicized lumps of calcium silicates and aluminates. These are ground to powder and mixed with a few percent of gypsum, which controls, or to produce cement. Gypsum controls the rate at which cement hardens or sets. Cement added to water, sand, and aggregate, crushed rock or gravel, to form concrete. Okay? Cement and concrete actually do not harden by drying out. That's actually a common misconception. Rather, it's the setting and hardening process involves chemical reactions of the cement compounds with water, which are hydration reactions. It's the cement and water reacting together. It's not the water evaporating out. So anyway, for whatever that's worth. Now, a suspension of magnesium hydroxide, also known as milk of magnesia, is used as both an antacid and a laxative, which can often fix the first problem. The hydrate of magnesium sulfate is known as Epsom salts and is used in hot baths to reduce swelling from bruises or brains. It can also be used as a laxative and a cathartic. Magnesia is an excellent insulator and is resistant to decomposition at high temperatures. Bricks of it are used to line high temperature furnaces, such as those used in iron ore processing. Some strontium compounds, such as strontium nitrate, are used in signal flares and fireworks since they produce a brilliant red scarlet flame when burned or when heated in a flame. Though most barium compounds are toxic, barium sulfate is not poisonous because of its very low solubility. It is used when one has x-rays taken of the gastrointestinal tract because it absorbs the x-rays, causing the internal organs to show up more clearly. The major sources and some of the uses of the alkaline earth metals and their compounds are summarized in Table 11.4 on page 182. And at that point, 11.3 is done. Okay, that's really it. All we had left to cover. There was just no way to finish covering the material and get to a test before the break. So you guys have tomorrow as a work day. Wednesday will be 11.1 through 11.3 due, and you guys have a study day. Same thing as a work day. Anyway, and then Thursday and Friday you guys have a test. All right, good? Any questions? All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later. Yes. goodness, who keeps moving it? All right. Real quick, sorry, I know I already signed off, but distance learners, you guys probably want to tune into this as well. I was just reminded to go over the material on the test, so that way you guys can study a little bit easier. So let's go ahead and discuss a few things here. First of all, you guys will have a basic true-false section, just like always, basic multiple choice section. And things along those lines. Great place to look over, or great thing to look over as far as your notes, just any bold words, things along those lines. There will be a matching section on Le Chatelier's principle. Okay, so you will be given chemical equation, the change that is being made, which direction will it shift, left, right, or no change. Okay, so just be prepared for that. That's the one thing I want to mention. There will be, in addition to your essay, there will be a short answer. I tend not to do both, but this is one of those times where I've made an exception. You will have a short answer that is list the 4 steps to extract a pure metal. So 11.1. Okay, make sure you guys know those 4 steps. You guys will have a problems section. Just as a heads up, one thing to make sure you guys know, you will be required to sketch a potential energy diagram for an exothermic reaction. Okay, so those potential energy diagrams that was on your homework a little while ago. Okay, you guys need to know how to do that. Make sure you guys have that ready. And finally, your essay question. All right, verbatim, here is your essay question. Explain how the value of the equilibrium constant K can be interpreted as it is very large, very small, or neither compared to 1. I'll give that again. Explain how the value of the equilibrium constant K can be interpreted as it is very large, very small, or neither compared to 1. Keep in mind that I don't always give out essay questions, but when I do, I expect them to be answered better than if I hadn't, if that makes sense. So make sure that you guys put some effort into that one. Let me see here. Yeah, main thing I wanted to mention is the fact that you guys had the one diagram you are expected to sketch out real quick. You guys do have that short answer of listing the 4 steps, and then you guys have that matching section on Le Chatelier's principle. The beginning of the test is the same as always. All right, any questions on that? All right, cool. All right, now distance learners, I'll see you guys later. No more lectures this week. It'll just be work days and then test.
So, we are on Chapter 9, Section 9.1, page 250. Okay. On August 14th, 1935, the United States Congress enacted the Federal Insurance Contribution Act, or FICA. The effort of this act is to tax employees and employers a certain percent of the employee's earnings through a payroll deduction. The employee then receives benefits from these deductions when he retires. Okay, this is Social Security. Okay, so if you guys currently have a job, which some of you in here do, okay, if you look at your pay stub, it'll have FICA or Social Security on it as a withdrawal, okay, as a deduction from your paycheck. It is mandatory that employers take that amount out, okay. In 1965, the government enacted Medicare, the government health insurance program for citizens over 65, and some other citizens, such as those who have been disabled for 2 or more years. This tax is called MQFE tax and is part of the Social Security system. Probably you have a Social Security number, okay? If you're born in the United States, you have a Social Security number, okay? It takes about 2 weeks to receive Social Security number after applying. You will use your Social Security number often. Many forms such as job applications, tax information, medical records, and other things require that. Memorize your Social Security number. Do not carry around your Social Security card with you in your wallet or in your car or anything like that, okay? Memorize it. Put your card in a safe place. Turn the cell phone off while I'm talking. Put it away. Okay? It is not good if you lose your Social Security card. Okay? It's not good if someone else gets your Social Security number. They can use that to commit identity theft and to steal your identity, get credit in your name, and basically mess up your life. Okay? So make sure you memorize your Social Security card, your Social Security number. Don't carry your card with you. Since 1935, the Social Security Act has been revised many times. The original percent deducted from the employee's earnings was 1% of the earnings up to $3,000 annually. The employer was required to match the 1% tax. The current tax rate is 7.65% of the employee's earnings up to a ceiling of $63,000 with the employer matching contributions. Okay? So basically, this works out to be like 15 and a fraction percent. Okay? That's, you pay half, your employer pays half. That's if you have an employer. If you're self-employed, you're required to pay that full 15%. Okay? The maximum tax for an employee in 1935 was $60 annually, while the tax on $63,000 in 1996 was $4,819. Okay? Of course, the employer must match this amount of the for the employee. The Social Security tax rate table shows the percent gross earnings paid by the employee and the employer. A one-time tax credit of 0.3% was applied to the employee's rate in 1984, meaning the employee was actually taxed only 6.7%, while the employer contributed 7%. Okay? So, that's the rundown of Social Security tax. Okay? Self-employed workers paid 3/4 of the total percent. Now self-employed workers are responsible for the full amount paid by the employer and employee. So if you're self-employed, you're responsible for all that 15.3%. Okay? Social Security when you reach 62. If you wait longer to 65, you get more. Okay. But Social Security is just a thing of life. You're gonna have to pay it no matter what. If you're self-employed, you're an entrepreneur, you have your own job. Okay, you have your own business. You're gonna pay 15% of your earnings just in Social Security. If you work at a job, okay, you're going to have to pay that 7.6%, but you don't really see that anyways in your paycheck. The employer is responsible for taking that automatically for you. You can adjust your pay so they can take more out, take less out, depending on how you want to do it. But you're responsible for paying that 7.65%. Okay, homework for tonight is going to be, let's just do 1 through 10. Page 253, problems 1 through 10. Okay. So you guys know tomorrow I will not be here. I'll be at the basketball tournament, so there will be a sub. You guys are going to cover federal income tax tomorrow. Okay. And then later in the week, we're going to get into actually doing some tax forms. The 1040EZ, the 1040A. We're going to be doing some of that stuff. And I'll bring in the real tax forms. I'll get some stuff printed off. And we'll do that. Okay? So, homework tonight, page 253, problems 1 through 10. All right? And that's it.
All right, those of you distant learning, we will have a test on Wednesday, so just some stuff to know. Go ahead and mark it in your book, or you guys can just take a picture of this so that you guys can look back on it. But you want to know John Dryden, Alexander Pope. John Dryden wrote A Song for Cecilia's Day, 1687. He was known for the father of modern literary criticism. Alexander Pope, we know him to be the leading literary figure after John Dryden and the only poet of the early 18th century. Hence the reason why the age of Pope, that's why the first part of the early 18th century was known as the age of Pope. So you want to know who Alexander Pope is. He was a very prominent literary figure at the beginning of the early 18th century. He was remembered for his mastery of the epigram and heroic couplet. He also wrote an essay on man and epigram. So you want to know that about Alexander Pope. Everybody have this? Grace, you got it? Okay. You want to know Daniel Defoe. He wrote Robinson Crusoe. You want to know Richard Steele. He was remembered for beginning the famous periodicals The Tatler and The Spectator. Robinson Crusoe, or Daniel Defoe is, Jaylene, Robinson Crusoe is also on the next couple pages too, so. You don't really need to know anything about Daniel Defoe, just that he wrote Robinson Crusoe. Richard Steele, he wrote The Tatler and The Spectator, which were two of the the journalism or the periodicals that really boosted journalism during the age. And then Joseph Addison was Steele's partner in writing for The Spectator. Okay? So Richard Steele, Joseph Addison. You want to know Jonathan Swift, because everyone has this. Okay. Jonathan Swift. Emma, are you taking pictures of these? Okay. Jonathan Swift. He was remembered as the most prominent, greatest English prose satirist of the time. He wrote Gulliver's Travels, remember, which was kind of a satire kind of work that kind of ridiculed English Parliament and the government system of his day. William Blackstone, he wrote the commentaries on the laws of England. Okay, so just going back to the first page, John Dryden, Alexander Pope. Emma, you got this? Okay. Second, Daniel Defoe, Richard Steele, Joseph Addison. Okay, Jonathan Swift, William Blackstone. So those are authors. Some poetic devices to know. You want to know what an ode is, onomatopoeia, an epigram, heroic couplet. Then those 2 pages in the middle of Unit 5 that talk about the elements of a novel. And we kind of talked about that already, but you want to know the 4 elements of a novel, which is the plot, the setting, characterization, and the theme. Obviously, those definitions. But within a plot, you want to know the protagonist, you want to know the antagonist. Within characterization, you want to know the differences between direct exposition and indirect revelation. And with same thing with characterization, you want to know the differences between a static character and a dynamic character. Okay, and then you want to know the definition of satire. Noah, you good? Keep writing. Okay. Next. Oh. Okay. Facts to know. The Age of Reason, obviously this was the 18th century. The religion of this age, which is deism. You want to know the 2 genres that emerged prominently during this age, and that was journalism and the novel. You want to know the definition of neoclassicism? That is talking about Alexander Pope and how he wrote things. And then facts to know about Robinson Crusoe. Okay, it was the first English novel to gain worldwide recognition. Also, the first fictional narrative in which ordinary persons' daily activities are the center of interest. And then about the commentaries on the laws of England. Know what two American documents this influence? Who knows that? Who remembers? Good, that was one. And what else? It was the Constitution, okay? The Constitution and then the Declaration of Independence. Okay, can you put the phone case away? Okay, some characters and plots to know. Robinson Crusoe from this story. Obviously, the name of the savage that he ended up befriending. Friday. Name an item that Crusoe made out of animal skins. That'll be in one of the chapters. We discussed that also in class. And then know how long Crusoe was on the island. That's towards the end of the last chapter in Robinson Crusoe. From The Spectator, you want to name at least one of the 6 characters of the Spectator Club. In Gulliver's Travels, you want to know how tall were the people of Lilliput. We know that one class. How tall were they? 6 inches. And then commentaries on the law of England. The 3 kinds of laws these commentaries were about. Okay? And that'll tell you on those pages. All right? Does anybody need to go back to any other page? All right, go ahead and put that away. And then quickly take out your, give me one second, your grammar book. The 3 kinds of laws that these commentaries were about. All right, give me one second. Okay, let's talk about our vocation project. Okay, everyone go ahead and take your handbook and turn to section 64.1. Okay, that is on page number, should I guess I've looked, but that's also on page number, sorry, give me one second. 275, okay, page 275, talking about the writing, the research paper, and we kind of talked about this briefly at the very beginning, remember before we had our handbooks, but this was supposed to be assigned at the very beginning of the year. But obviously, we didn't have our handbooks then, and it was just kind of a crazy time with like distant learning and all this other stuff. So now that we have our handbooks, and now that we've kind of developed our grammar skills a little bit more, it should be helping us towards preparing for a research paper. Okay? So, with our vocational project, all right, so I want you guys to pick out maybe a vocation that you're interested in. So obviously, some of you guys are seniors. You're going to be going to college next year, so you want to pick the degree maybe you're interested in. You want to pick maybe like a profession that you're interested in, or you're very like you know a lot about, and you want to research that and kind of write me a paper on that. Same thing with everyone else, not just the seniors, but this is good for us. We're going to study different aspects of a vocation, and then we're going to write about it, okay? So let's look at preparing our paper on page 275, but our topic will be due on Friday, okay? So your vocation topic, that'll be due this Friday, February 26th. You're just going to tell me, or write it down on a piece of paper, come up and tell me what you're going to be writing about. So if you want to be writing about rocket science, or you want to be writing about becoming a nurse, or becoming like some type of aspect that you want to be, or you want to study, or you want to research about is what you're going to be writing about with this project, okay? But let's look at preparing a paper, all right? So you want to follow these steps in preparing for our research paper, all right? So number one, select and limit the subject, okay? So if you want to become a nurse or you want to write about nursing, then selecting your topic and limiting it would be, okay, maybe a pediatric nurse, and then you would just talk about that. Or you want to become maybe like a nurse in, what's it called, with newborn babies. I think I forgot what it's called, what kind of nurse that is, or just different kinds of nurses in the specific field. Okay, same thing if you want to become an engineer, talk about the kind of engineering that you want to talk about, okay, not just talk about it in general, but limit the subject, because obviously there could be a lot of avenues that you can take with your paper. Okay, number two, find sources and prepare working bibliography. Okay, so what this means is you're going to start researching, basically. You're going to start looking for periodicals online. You're going to start looking for articles that talk about the specific vocation that you are going to be talking about online. You can go to the library, read a book, okay, get some sources, all right, and you want to list those on a bibliography page at the very back, okay. Preparing a preliminary outline, read and take notes, organize your notes. Then this is kind of towards the end, these are just the basic steps in preparing and writing your research paper, okay? So let's planning the paper. Let's look at planning the paper, 64.1. Select and limit the subject, okay? Select a subject that interests you. Select a subject that you would like to become an authority, basically the subject that you really want to focus on. Letter C, select a subject that has sufficient resource material available. So you don't want to really talk about something that not really many people know about, which you do, but as long as there's resources that you can look up and quote and cite, don't just talk about something random that you think, is how it goes, okay? Make sure that you're able to research and then find resources, okay? Letter D, select a subject that is not too broad to be adequately treated within the assigned number of pages. Some examples, subjects such as 19th century authors or British authors are too broad to be covered in a research paper. However, how Jane Austen's social class affected her writing, you can limit those. It's just an example of talking about something specifically and not in general, if that makes any sense. Okay, so look at 276. Write out your purpose or your thesis. Okay, purpose or thesis is basically telling us the main topic, okay, or the main purpose of your paper. That is what a thesis statement is. Okay, and then as we go on and talk about this more, this week we're just selecting our topic. We're going to be talking about how to create a thesis statement, or how I need to, what my structure of my paper looks like, okay? Like I said, a lot of you guys are going to be graduating this year, and then in college, like it or not, you're going to need to write a lot more papers than we are going to write this year. And this is already shaking your head. But this will prepare you, okay? So when I was in high school, I literally had to write 2 to 3 research papers, at least in every grade. So 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, I had to write at least 2, okay? This year, I don't think you guys were very strong in writing projects, so I think this will definitely help you and then kind of prepare you to know how to do these things in the future, all right? So that is what we're going to be doing this week. I want you to find a topic, okay? If you guys have any questions, you can ask. If you have any questions about what I'm looking for, then you can ask. But this week, your assignment is to find a topic, and then that'll be due on Friday, okay? All right, go ahead and turn to page number 19, or section number 19. We were talking about, before the break, obviously we were talking about clarity in our writing and modifiers. Christian, sorry, that was on page number 275. In our handbook, we're having, that was just talking about the research paper, but we're going to go more into depth on that. But everyone go ahead and turn to section 19 on page number 90, okay? So just kind of a review of what we've been doing here. We've been talking about different modifiers that are misplaced, different modifiers that, or different phrases that need to be subordinated, or different kinds of sentences that can be joined together, or just clarity overall in our writing. And we'll talk about misplaced modifiers when all the modifiers, they need to be next to or close by the word that they're modifying. You don't want to have awkward sentences or split constructions of a sentence, as we see that in section 18. Section 19, we're going to be learning about dangling modifiers, okay? Look at 19.1. Avoid a dangling participial phrase. Basically, a dangling modifier is a phrase or an elliptical clause that does not sensibly modify any of the words in a sentence. This basically means dangling is it doesn't really make any sense, obviously. So avoid dangling participial phrases. Look at this. Participial phrases may come after the words that they modify, or they may be placed at the beginning of a sentence. If a participial phrase is placed at the beginning, it must modify the subject. If it's placed at the beginning of a sentence, and sometimes a dangling phrase at the beginning of a sentence is merely misplaced and may be moved to another position in the sentence after it modifies, okay, or after the word it modifies. All right, so let's look at our example, okay. Hanging on a nail in the closet, he found his tie, okay. So this is obviously, if it's at the beginning, a participial phrase needs to describe the subject, okay. So since it is at the beginning, I can only assume that this is describing he, okay, or the subject of he. So is he hanging on a nail in the closet? No. What's hanging on a nail in the closet, class? It's his tie. So that dangling modifier, that participial phrase needs to be close by or after the word tie, okay? He found his tie hanging on a nail in the closet, okay? What was it? But he probably wasn't hanging on a nail, okay? Look at this. That's a misplaced modifier, okay? This is the difference between a misplaced modifier and a dangling modifier. This is a dangling modifier. Flying over the city, the skyscrapers could be clearly seen, okay? Dangling basically means, okay, it's correct there, but what's it describing, okay? We don't know exactly what's describing. So a corrected sentence would be, flying over the city, we could clearly see the skyscrapers, okay? So that's how I would fix a dangling participial phrase, okay? Note, a few participles which express a general action may stand independently, not modifying any word in the sentence. Such expressions are so general and idiomatic that no confusion results. The following are some examples: concerning, considering, providing, regarding, speaking, talking. They can basically stand on their own, and they're not really describing anything. So you can say, generally speaking, cats and dogs cats do not like dogs. Talking about baseball, where is Will Callahan now? Okay, those will be okay. They're not describing anything, so they can be there, and that's fine. Okay. Look at 19.2, avoid a dangling gerund phrase. Okay, so we just talked about participial phrases which act as adjectives and they describe something. Gerund phrases are nouns, okay, and they kind of function as somethings, but avoid dangling gerund phrases. By using a good I don't even know. Anybody knows what that word is? Let me know. But I know it's the kind of wax that you use to buff on your car. But it says, by using a good wax, your car will really shine. Okay? It's just dangling because you don't really know who is using the wax. Okay? So you would say, by using a good wax, you can make your car really shine. Okay? So dangling words or dangling modifiers, basically we don't know what it's describing or who is doing the action. So make sure that that's what you clarify with dangling modifiers. Okay? 19.3, avoid a dangling infinitive phrase. To run a 4-minute mile, excellent condition is required. Okay? Who is running a 4-minute mile? Okay? So to run a 4-minute mile, one must be in excellent condition. Okay? And then a dangling elliptical clause. All right, let's look at what an elliptical clause is. An elliptical clause is an adverb clause in which the subject, and sometimes the verb, is understood. Okay? A dangling clause results if the understood subject of the elliptical clause is not the same of that as the independent clause. One can usually correct the error by supplying the missing word in the adverb clause. Okay? So in elliptical clauses, let's see. It would be, she can run faster than he. Okay? You wouldn't say than him, he. Obviously, my verb is understood there. It would be, he can run faster than he can, or he can run faster. Okay? So that would be an elliptical clause. Something in that clause is understood. All right? It's not mentioned within the sentence. So we want to avoid a dangling elliptical clause because we want the subject or whatever the elliptical clause is talking about to be the same as the subject in the independent clause, okay? The same as, it's talking about the same thing that the whole sentence is talking about, okay? For example, when 1 month old, my grandmother died, okay? So is it talking about your grandmother? Or, so basically we don't really know, okay? So this corrected one was, when I was 1 month old, my grandmother died, okay? So we're kind of clarifying what that elliptical clause is looking like. All right, look at your example on page 92. His leg developed a cramp while running the marathon, okay? So was it just his leg running the marathon? No, right? So he was running a marathon. So you would say his leg developed a cramp while he was running a marathon. Okay? Look at your next example. If fully cooked, remove the turkey from the oven. Okay, is it talking about the turkey? Or is it talking about if you're fully cooked? Okay? So you want to clarify what that clause is about. If the turkey is fully cooked, remove it from the oven. Last thing, while emptying the trash at the campground, a large opossum startled me. Okay, so did the opossum empty the trash at the campground, or did I empty out the trash at the campground? Okay, so you would have to clarify that. While emptying the trash at the campground, I was startled by a large opossum. Okay, so let's practice that. Let's go to our handbook, or our workbook. Go to section 19, page 36, dangling modifiers. And then you're going to do this page for homework tonight. But let's go ahead and start it. Page 36 in our workbook. Rewrite the following sentences, correcting any dangling modifiers. If a sentence is correct, write C to the left of the number. Okay? Let's look at number 1. While talking on my cell phone, the battery died, ending my conversation abruptly. Okay? While talking on my cell phone, the battery died, ending my conversation abruptly. What's wrong with this sentence? What is talking on my cell phone talking about? Is who is talking on the cell phone, right? So we need to change it. How would I change this? Anybody know? Good. While I was talking on my cell phone, the battery died, ending my conversation abruptly. Okay? While I was talking on my cell phone, the battery died, ending my conversation abruptly. Okay? Number 2. When traveling down the interstate at 65 miles per hour, a safe distance should be kept between your car and the car in front of you. Okay, so this needs to be about the subject or the modifier when traveling down the interstate at 65 miles per hour. That needs to modify the subject. Okay, and what's the subject in this sentence? A safe distance. Okay, do you think the safe distance is traveling down 65 miles per hour? Yes or no, class? No, so how would I change it? Noah, do you know? Awesome. When traveling down the interstate at 65 miles per hour, you should keep a safe distance between your car and the car in front of you. Okay? Number 3, by gargling with warm salt water, one can usually relieve a painful sore throat. Emma, what do you think about this one? Do you think this one is, do I need to change anything here? By gargling with warm salt water, one can usually relieve a painful sore throat. It is correct. Good. Okay, number 3 is correct. Okay, so tonight go ahead and finish numbers 4 through 10. If you have any questions, please let me know. Again, your topic is due Friday, so make sure that you guys are researching that, what you want to write about, and then note that your quiz 7 for vocab will be on Thursday. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start review for that tomorrow, but tonight do exercise A, okay, on page number 58. Okay, number 7, last week, or actually the week before, you guys already wrote your vocab words 1 through 12 2 times. You already wrote the roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes. But go ahead and do page number 58, exercise A. That'll help you review your words for Thursday's quiz. Okay? Are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.